Welcome to Asylum Atelier. Welcome to another Bad Painting Friday. And this is going to be, I don't even know where to start. This is going to be crazy today. I mean, I'm a little bit all over the place because I have some novelties today that I want to introduce to this setup. I don't really know if this is going to work. You see me laughing because that's the kind of a nervousness. There is a, let's see, remember I had the problems with the camera yesterday. Let me just adjust these things real quick before we really start. And you can see me being, like I said, all over the place. And the reason is, yesterday I was thinking about what to do with this particular painting and how to continue and how to progress. And I remember I promised you that weather is going to decide. And weather decided that it's absolutely beautiful outside. It's probably, it's getting toasty actually, even here in the studio for the first time. I don't need to use these, you know, triple under layers, the warm layers for my atelier at this point. So it's quite amazing. I don't know where this warm weather came from, probably Netherlands as well. As the last time, so I'm quite excited about that. But before we get into all the crazy stuff when it comes to Bad Painting Friday, I would like to talk about this stream. Please do not watch this stream. It has no entertainment value whatsoever. Actually, well, it might have today because it's going to be that kind of a, you know. I'm gonna make probably a fool of myself, but that's, you know, part of the gig. I signed up for this willingly. No one pressured me to do this, so it's going to be again problems with the cameras and so on and so forth. So even though I said that it has no entertainment value, it has, but the entertainment value it's more like you are laughing at me, not with me. That's what I'm trying to say. And it's okay, please do so, because if there is something that I really, really enjoy, it's having a good time and laugh about all kinds of crazy stuff that you can possibly think of. So please go for it. So yeah, but coming back to more serious thing is that really this is a stream for us to be together and work together on our creative projects. So I'm going to be painting alongside with you, or hopefully you gonna paint alongside with me rather. This is not paint by number kind of a tutorial, even though I go over some you know, basics time to time to explaining, you know, these very simple concepts. And when I say simple, I mean the concepts that are simple to explain, but it not necessarily means that they are easy to execute, right? Or simple to execute. So join me with your creative projects, whether it's, you know, clay, you know, digital medium, or oil paint as I have right here. I'll be more than happy to answer all your questions as truthfully as I can. And also you have to take into consideration that my knowledge has a limitation, and in this particular stream, especially Bad Painting Friday that we have today together, I am at the edge of my own understanding of what's happening with the painting. So I'm trying to always venture out into these you know, I know that I talk about Lord of the Rings a lot, so I'm trying to switch it to a Star Trek a little bit, and then maybe I'll venture to Star Wars, and then maybe some other examples. But going back to Star Trek, which is they have that, you know, the opening scene when they talk about Final Frontier. So Bad Painting Friday for me, it's my final frontier when it comes to painting. I'm trying to explore different ideas, work with the different mediums, weird formats. Last time we talked about a composition a little bit, and we worked digitally. week before or 2 weeks ago, we did that, a scrap material painting. So there's always something, happening, something weird. And usually I give myself a challenge to execute something and push myself into these, unknowns or frontiers, or, push the frontier even further when it comes to oil painting specifically. I talk most of the time about the composition and about abstract ideas, and all these ideas and questions and thoughts and feelings, they always have some kind of a concrete physical representation. In this case, in my case, it's a painting, but if you're writing, it can be novel or research paper. If you are a musician, it can be a song. If you're a sculptor, most likely it would be sculptor. Or if you are, well versed in every area, you might, think about this as a you might do installation if you want. It doesn't really matter, because the composition and the idea of the compositions are pretty much the same. It's something abstract that is in our head that we are trying to convert into some physical representation, and that physical representation of my thought should communicate, in theory, if you are really, really good, with another person, and they should understand it. Excuse me. They should be able to understand that if, again, as I said, if executed properly. So yeah, welcome again to Bad Painting Friday, and really enjoy this because it's gonna be fun. And I have a couple more setups that I have to do because I move things around to get you a better what would I say? The better understanding of what I do. So what happened, and why I'm going to be a little bit, all over the place today, is because you might be able to see this, my very, very old DSLR camera that I actually pointed towards the canvas and zoomed in. Hopefully it's going to work. It should, in theory, work. But here's the thing. Yesterday I had the problems with the cameras. So what would be the best solution? Add another camera. So I have like a ghetto setup with the triplet camera view. I don't even know how that's going to work and how confusing it's going to be for you guys. Hopefully not as much as I think. And you have to let me know if this is beneficial or confusing, because I'm afraid that it's going to be confusing. So let me maybe... I kind of felt that you saw the camera there, so so it's going to be a Bad Painting Friday or Bad Streaming Friday. You're way too observant, I have to say. I have to be careful. That's why I actually covered the logos and everything, so I don't do... I don't advertise anything, even though this jacket is from some kind of a boilers or heating company. It doesn't really matter. It's just it's a working jacket. So anyway, I have something prepared. It cannot be a perfect angle. So again, even though I have a camera here, and I can see that my top camera, palette camera, doesn't work again. And it's due to all the new updates that just rolled out, as I learned recently, and I don't have a fresh new update for every one of my devices, so they're not on the same page. So I was told that this might happen, so I apologize for that. I haven't had a chance to do it, but I'll promise you I'll fix it as soon as possible. So again, we are testing this ghetto setup. So if I'm all over the place, or maybe I'm covering camera on the left side, on the right side, like I said, I apologize in advance, but there is nothing I can do about this, unfortunately. I'll try to do my best and move around accordingly. So let me fire that up and let me see if that's going to work. There we go. So this is it. It should be okay. The only problem is that whenever I'm going to be next to my palette, I'm just going to really cover that screen. I don't know how to fix this. Well, actually, I could put my palette back to the same spot, but then again, that would be it would be difficult for me to see, especially when it gets later on. So you can see hopefully a close-up or a little bit closer. I don't think I am necessarily in the way when I paint, so you should be totally cool to see everything that I do, except me at this point. But that's a good thing, I believe. Yeah, I got to work with what I have, but you know, when you are a not hoarder, I mean, we decided that we're not gonna use this. Since I'm a collector, I was just running around and trying to figure it out how to set it up. So, like I said, see, this is what I was afraid of, that my camera is just simply okay. So it's gone because I had to do one thing in order to make this work, and I didn't, and that's charge my camera. So, but good try. But at least you know what I'm about to add to this setup. But I'm unfortunately I cannot. Can I? Let me see. I'm just thinking that. Can I charge it simultaneously? I can't because it has a battery inside. I don't have an outside charger for this camera. Yeah. And it was fully charged, but since this is a very, very old DSLR, it doesn't really work very well. So I'll just go back to a regular setup. Unfortunately, I'm sorry. I wasn't sure. That's why I said I wasn't sure that how good or bad this setup is going to be, only because there's. I might try to maybe zoom it a little bit more or to turn it towards the camera. But at least I know that it works. Right now I have to figure it out. Probably I have to get one of those, you know, the batteries that they have a cable outside, so you can actually directly feed it to a, you know, it could go directly to a socket, so it's just going to be stationary because I don't use this camera that often anymore. Anyway, we're back to a classical setup, so no worries. But because I am going to work on, again, this little project that we started yesterday, and as you remember, and as I actually pointed out already, I have a, how would I put this? I have an idea. I think that it's still kind of, it's not 100% wet. There are areas that are still wet when it comes to pigment, and there are areas that they dried out, right? And when I say that they dried out, and this is going to be continuation from yesterday, so if you haven't had a chance to catch the video from, or haven't been present during the stream from yesterday, I was working on like a, you know, underpainting technique with the brush, and right now you can see this is almost completely dried out. So this is the problem that I not the problem. It's not a problem. This is a part of a process that you have to think about. You have to take this into consideration. You remember yesterday I was talking about that that idea of being able to right now bring even darker values to your preliminary underpainting, and if this layer first very thin layer dries out, you won't be able to erase it. So, and it is true and not true simultaneously. So you can always erase it by painting over it. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to continue working with that mixture of black and red. If my camera decides to work actually, and it should. So I'm going to be working with that red, which is a beautiful vermilion, and my black, and I'm going to do the little mixture that yesterday, and I'm going to start going into these and adjust them step by step, again, to get a little bit more of that detail. And then I also going to get a, probably in some areas, we will see, because this is very, very, light value. So perhaps with making these areas a little darker, and the reason why they're going to get darker is because I already have darker value. If I'm going to go over this with a same pigment, again, very thinly, it's just going to layer that darkness. So it's going to be, again, a little bit more darker, and tomorrow it might be even darker, that's not even a word, but you know what I mean. So I'm going to layer right now those transparencies. These transparencies, though, for those of you who just jump into the stream, these transparencies that I have right here, they are not, or they have not been created by a paint that was thinned down by a solvent. It was actually a solid pigment with no oil, no other additives added to it, no other medium, and it was actually very thinly spread on the canvas. And then the only time when I use a solvent or mineral spirits was when I wanted to wipe it out even closer to actual underpainting. So that's what it is. It's not thinned out with any solvent or anything like that. This is actually natural transparency of a pigment that I was using. Ideally, the more transparent pigment you have, or combination of transparent pigments, the lighter value you're going to get if you are thinking about transparencies. And I said lighter because my, excuse me, my toned canvas is lighter in value, right? So that's something to think about when you want to, or if you want to try that, technique. Let me check it because I'm not sure myself, and that's actually a good question. I think it is a... Does it say? It is opaque, I believe, or is it transparent? I don't know if they, just a second, let me see. Let me see. It's strange. I think it's opaque. I think because they have it. I believe it's opaque. I believe it's opaque. But you know, like I said, it does not necessarily matter to me at this point because I really just created a stain. So if you would like to really go into some kind of a hierarchy when it comes to this, I would probably start with a transparent pigment as my first pass, or as much as I can do, and then probably if you want to get really darker, richer pigments, maybe you could go with a opaque or semi-transparent pigments. But that's just again, this is all. I'm thinking about this more in terms of the logic And ideally, you might want to actually experiment with this and have different paintings. And since this is a big Bad Painting Friday, I can actually experiment this, and we can figure this out. We can check it out what works best, because it does not necessarily, and this is why, let me backtrack even more. This is why I don't necessarily like to talk about exact pigments that I use, because it can get really confusing really quickly, especially for those of you who are new to this oil painting. And I'm not saying that it is a problem, but if I will talk about I don't know, like a transparent, come on camera. Okay. If I'm gonna talk about, let's say, transparency, you have to take into consideration that pigment being transparent does not necessarily mean that it's going to appear transparent on the canvas. Well, it will appear transparent, but let me rephrase that. So let me think how to put it exactly, so I don't make a claim that it's not true 100%. Well, none of these claims are true 100%. When you think about the transparency or properties of a pigment, right? And we know we have a transparency or opacity, we have a value, we have a hue, we have a light fastness. That's how you say it properly? Light fastness, yes, light fastness. And that light fastness is something that how long that pigment is going to hold when exposed to a light. A good example, when you check out, let's say, Botticelli, you will see that some of those reds kind of faded out completely, and you can see everything that was underneath that layer of transparent red, because reds, and especially alizarin crimson, is known to being very weak when it comes to light fastness. So it's kind of over time disappears and become completely transparent. So you have to be careful with some pigments and their transparencies. And alizarin crimson, it's one of those really controversial one, to put it mildly. But what I'm trying to say is that if I talk about the specific pigment, a specific brand, then I would have to go deeper into this. I would have to tell you specifically what kind of canvas I'm using, what kind of ground I used, and also what kind of tone I use. And then you would probably still won't be able to reproduce this, because these variations are, most of the time I'm doing these, let's say the tone of the canvas, it's random. I'm just, whatever leftover pigment that I have, I cover them with it. A good example would be that, something that we did, the little small ones that I scraped, or when you compare it with the other one that I have prepared right here in the bag, only if I can get it out. There it is. So you see the difference in their tone, right? This is way more orangey, way darker. This is lighter, and it's completely different than that one. And if I just move this away, I don't have a space where to put it anymore. Like I said, I need a even bigger studio. I mean, it's getting crazy here. And it's completely different than the tone that I have on this one as well. So it's always random. I don't really care about. This is closer to the one this one, the sketch, right? So you can see the differences between these tones. Also there is always a random texture there, not texture, random random kind of a brush strokes, or sometimes I wipe it with a paper towel because it creates like a different kind of these interesting abstract shapes, which I like to use and incorporate into a painting. So you saw me like moving the canvas upside down and left and right with that Bad Painting Friday scrap material edition, where I just moved the canvas upside down and I was looking for some interesting patterns to start working with. So that's about the, when you're asking for a pigment, like what kind of pigment do you use, and then we're gonna get into proportions. So how many percentage did you add into this blue? Just forget that. It's just not gonna. It's gonna confuse you more than it's going to be helpful. Rather, I want you to experiment and find your own mixtures, that they are not only properly, how would I put this? Not only that they actually look right on the canvas, but you like the aesthetics, you like the visual of the pigment yourself. That was probably one of the first lessons that I learned the hard way, that I was asked about. I was painting something, and there was like a really badly painted spot or badly painted shape, and I was asked by my master that what is this? And he said, I don't like it. And he asked me immediately, well, if you don't like it, why did you put it there? Like what's on this area? What is about this area that you don't like? And I said, I don't like the color. And he asked me immediately a follow-up question. So follow-up question is that you mixed it, you saw it on your palette, and then you placed it there. You didn't like it. Why did you leave it there? So that's something that you should start thinking about. It's not about my mixtures. It's not about Rembrandt's mixtures. It's about your own mixtures, the ones that you really like. As long as you like that mixture, 9 times out of 10, it's going to be correct, unless, again, we are creating, when we talk about the abstract painting, but it's going to be right. You might be in the right hue category or local color. You might have to shift values and saturation or chroma if you're a Munsell fan. I don't really like to go into these discussions about I use, I don't know, this and that brand of a paint, this and that specific pigment, and I mix it with this and that other pigment, and I'll get a skin tone. It just doesn't work that way, and you shouldn't even think this way, because if you think this way, you're gonna work. When you put your canvases next to each other or portraits, they're gonna all look absolutely the same when it comes to color. And if we learn something from Impressionism, or something that I took from Impressionism, is that you really have to take into consideration of the atmosphere of light. It's very, very important, because when you look at the Rembrandt and he changed his approach to a painting and the style completely, but when you look at his portraits, they are very much the same when it comes to a skin color and pigment. I don't remember seeing a Rembrandt painting different types of people. He was painting Dutch people, right? even though he was creating these biblical scenes, but mostly all his models were from today's Netherlands, So that's when this is the, and I'm not saying that that's bad. If you have the way that you like the skin look and you like the saturations and you like these combinations, by all means use it. But the moment that you're trying to show the difference between a beautiful I don't know, summer sunset color scheme, it's completely different than winter early morning. And you can experience it on your own. When you look at, when you get out, and right now let's forget about the temperatures, let's think only about the light. The light is completely different during the winter than in the summer, especially in our northern hemisphere. So you really have to do your own mixtures, your own tests, and then don't forget that your color and your understanding of color when it comes to our brain is that we are judging this color based on the surrounding environment, because without a context we're not able to judge the color. If everything would be green, we can call it a monochromatic painting. We know that it's green only because some other pigment is next to it, and we judge it and we say, oh, this is orange, ergo this has to be green, because it has a less blue in that pigment and it has more red. So that's how we judge the color, only by surrounding environment. So and I know I'm going into this boring technical, I don't want to even call these lectures, because this has nothing to do with lecture. This technical explanation of what to think about when it comes to color, but I don't like these quick tips and kind of shortcuts when it comes to color. You either understand the color or you don't. There is no in between, maybe like, I semi-understand it. Well, that's the same thing with the perspective. I talked about this in the length previously, that there is no shortcuts in perspective. You either understand the perspective or you don't. You either learn, and I'm talking about linear perspective right now, not atmospheric, because that's more about the feeling than science necessarily. But linear perspective is science. It's mathematics, and you can actually create a representation of three-dimensional space onto the two-dimensional surface in scale. So if we assigned, I don't know, the width of this as 1 kilometer, this is going to be 1 kilometer, and in linear perspective I can scale everything into this pre-assigned measurement. So there is no space, or there is no I know that in today's environment and today's kind of in the present world, in contemporary ideas, I don't even want to go into this conversation. So what I'm trying to say is that 2 + 2 for me always equals 4, and that's what linear perspective is. It's mathematics. You can count it, you can double check it, and you can reproduce it with exactly the same result. So it's not about my feeling, it's about specific things that you can count and reproduce. And if I send you an email with the specific numbers, you have to be able to reproduce that as well. And I'm talking about, I would told you, well, this is the elevation, this is the distance between vanishing points, and this is the size of the cube, and me and you on the whatever media we use, whether it's paper or paint, we have to arrive to the same conclusion. If we don't, we either both made a mistake or one of us made a mistake. So in other words, if there are some rules that I know from actually a painting, probably perspective is the only rule that I don't like to break unless it's absolutely necessary. When it comes to, like a specific, if you want to work with the buildings and you have some, specific cityscapes, and I'm talking about more about the, sketches for architects, or when you do like a modeling for some commercial stuff, or I don't know, when you need something for movies and so on and so forth. You can get away approximating a linear perspective in painting by, just eyeballing it, but I think that Leonardo da Vinci would be pretty angry because he was relying on that linear perspective and atmospheric combination pretty heavily, and you can see it in his paintings and in his work. So you don't need to believe me. You can just check it. It's available for you to examine that. So I thought that I think I exhausted you completely with these theoretical things, and you were expecting this to be a nice, cool, funny, no problem, just bad painting Friday, but this is painting discourse, art discourse, and for me it's very important that you have the full. As far as I know, this is where the limits of my knowledge about the pigments and paint and properties of pigments and linear perspective is, because I'm not architect. I'm pretty sure that architects would give you even more information about the linear perspective, but that's not what I want to. That's not what I want to talk about today. That's not what I want to get into. But I hope that this little insert, technical, or however you want to call it, will actually gave you rather enough time to set up your station and and paint alongside with me and explore these possibilities. So I think I have everything. I believe that I bored you completely. So let me get into some painting. But I want to use my reference. So can I use this? Not as my reference, but as because I used everything. I don't have any other tripods available. So perhaps this old one. Wow. I just need to put my digital reference on something, right? So my tablet, that's let me wipe this a little bit, because it seems it's just some kind of a residue. And I was collecting dust there for my own personal something, I don't know. It's my dust. Okay. I'm just going to get back to get back to my library, and I should perhaps yeah, it's a dust collector. You're absolutely right. Let me just move this, because I'm afraid that this is going to, I'm going to trip over this for sure, 100%. It was a nice try though. It lasted exactly 5 seconds, so. But, you know, it worked in theory, which is the important part. It's just, you know, it's fun. It wasn't bad try at all. Yeah, right, it wasn't. Look at that. So you are also a dust collector, right? That's awesome. That's awesome. You know, we need these kind of that's why I don't want to, you know, I don't want to buy any other stuff, because I have more stuff that I need to deal with. I don't want to. Yeah, adjusting my station, because I think that that's just not working. So bear with me. So all the preparation was for not nothing, but meanwhile, I can actually talk about a little bit the idea of what I want to do and continue working on today. So the main thing that I would like to address today is, you remember I started with that. Let's try this guy. You remember yesterday I started with that yesterday I started with that idea of a shadow, a kind of an interesting shadow on the face. And you remember I talked about Rembrandt, and Rembrandt has multiple of these beautiful self-portraits with the random shadows. When he was younger, he was experimenting with that. And you remember I talked about these in previous streams, and how cool they are. And I think that we were talking about specifically about this guy. About this painting, where you can see how a face is covered with the shadow, and it creates that kind of a interesting compositional, how would I even call this? Interesting compositional juxtaposition would be probably the word, between eyes, which are the most important part of a portrait, and not necessarily most important part of the portrait, but those are the areas that we look most. So we are familiar with this area a lot when it comes to people, obviously, because that's when you communicate with someone, usually you are looking at that person. And Rembrandt, decided to actually put it into a shadow, which was kind of a bold idea. But you remember I talked about those 19th century hairstyles. It's a similar concept, that you expect to see something in that area, so you naturally go there. But then you are surprised with very little information, so you are forced to explore everything around that, right? So you can actually, it's probably the best example of masterfully used design and light observation, understanding how powerful certain features of our body are. That's why, you know, when you think about these portraits, most of the time, you know, back in the day, where is the charcoal? Right here somewhere? Yep. We have these portraits back in the day when they did not show any hands. It was just a portrait. It was just cut right here because painting hand was so difficult. Not even difficult. It was challenging, and to make a nice, convincing hand in 14, 15, end of the 14th century, beginning of the 15th century, was only reserved for the most expensive paintings and for the best painters. So, yeah. And I want to continue with this idea. So what I would like to do today, I would like to take a, and I also talked about Daniel Bilmes yesterday, which he uses these ideas extremely skillfully with awesome precision, and he plays with these abstract shapes. And if you haven't had a chance to check his work out, I highly recommend you when it comes to compositions and portraits. And I should fire up this as well. So, and I was thinking even today that, you know, how to create this nice kind of a beautiful shadow in the play here. So what I'm going to do, I'm probably going to start with this area right here. I'm going to start thinking about what to do with that flat shape, and I'm going to push that flat shape against that something that it's going to be very rounded, very three-dimensional here and rendered here. Then again, it's going to be area of flatness, and then we could start introducing here these sunflowers, because I'm pretty sure that yesterday we decided that we're going to use sunflowers. Right? Did we or did we not? I believe we did. I believe we did, which I'm excited about. But I don't have them ready. I don't have any references for sunflowers, but you know, we'll figure it out together as the time goes, and maybe I won't even have a time for today. So the name of the game is of course, composition and design. So that's Harold Speed, that is standby right here. Then I'm going to I want to talk about a little bit. You always thought that portrait itself is also challenging. Well, yeah, it is challenging. But if you have a 2 hands and 2 feet, it's like having a 5 heads. I mean, you have to be prepared for that. That's why if you can avoid painting hands with the portraits and composition, or even your patron does not really want necessarily to see their hands, just don't put them there. But if you want to show off that you are a great painter, definitely put the beautiful expressive hands there, because they always kind of underline or you know, improve upon just a simple portrait. So let me dive into it. And like I said, since today it's a beautiful weather, I can see all the pigments, I can see all the paint. I promise you to do full color on top of this. But then I also thought, like I said in the introduction, that maybe we can use both of these worlds. So what I'm going to do today, I'm going to continue with developing the shadows transparently, and work with these transparencies. And then in areas where I cannot erase, I will mix a background color and I will just, cover it with that. I think that that's like that's a best of both worlds to work with. So let's get right into it. I'm going to mix again. That same just prepare this. I'm gonna use the same brush, and I'm gonna go into my dark, and I'm gonna go into my red, and that's all what I'm doing, and I'm making it really kind of a warm, neutral pigment. And why do I say that it's neutral? Well, it looks neutral to me right now because it's on very, very warm a surface. Probably it would be a little too brown-like when it comes to white underpainting. And I have this Rembrandt opened here, and maybe we can do a little bit of that kind of a shadow. So we're gonna hit that cheek around this area, like really, really render it really nicely. I don't have any, I don't think I have any like a cool portraits to use. So we're just probably going to go, again, random. And when I say random, I mean, working from imagination. That's something that I rely on those moments of imagination a lot. And I will, again, continue working with mirrors and reflections as well today. I'm just checking whether or not he's properly positioned. I think it is. I was looking again, double checking proportions, double checking that kind of overall shape and the design that we talked about yesterday. So, yeah. So, and then what to do? Am I going to push his head down, or am I going to push it that he's looking up into a sky? I don't know right now. What do you think? Should it go? Well, maybe we can start with down. Yeah, maybe we could start with down because then visually I can push that diagonal, right? So we're going to repeat the diagonal with the direction of his gaze. But then if I don't like it, we can always change it. So there's no big pressure. So, and again, my brush is really I loaded the brush with the pigment. And no medium was added to this. I'm strictly working with not a dry paint necessarily, but with that would be so let me place a chin around here. And top of his head is going to be probably here. And here's the thing, if I'm going to change the position for head, because I think that yesterday we were thinking about him looking a little bit more upwards. So that's why I choose this angle, this direction. If he's going to look down, this is going to be a little higher here. Why? Because there is the skull as I'm right now standing like this and looking up, and then right now looking down. So kind of it changes the apex of that form. when I have to take this into consideration in terms of you know, the composition that we talked about, since these are very simple shapes, I'm going this direction right here, and then I'm going here as a corner, and then up and down. That would change that overall shape a little bit. And this might not work if it's, you know, in some compositions, right? So let's see. Or maybe we can do it like like Rembrandt did, just a straightforward. But that's, again, it's going to be boring because we have a multiple of faces going straight forward. So, and these are you know, this is where you apply your artistic license and you choose what you want to do with it. And I was also talking about that that beautiful. Let me maybe correct this a little bit. Maybe he could have that. To show a, you know, that little, like it's like a part of the hoodie part, and that would help us to create a little bit more interest here. Right, you know what I mean? It's like that kind of a, maybe let me move it a little bit more this way so you can see it better. Right, I think this is better. Maybe move the camera a little closer to it, to frame it. Yep. Do the little adjustment. I can move this. Okay, cool. So it has that little garment right here, but then I'm afraid that I won't be able to show that shadow. Or maybe I will, like the armpit. That will be right here. And you can see how this point, you see how dark it is? Well, that's how I'm going to create a little darker shadows. And I can right now wipe it slightly, but it already stained canvas, so it's going to stay there, and I can choose right now, is it going to be a, and I can think about this as a shadow, or I can think about this as a halftone, or I can completely wipe it with a mineral spirits, and it's just going to be a white area right there. I can also, you know, maybe push this as it curves right here, and that is going to be that shadow that could be cast, that is casted by that pole right there. And then maybe here I can do a little to show it a little bit more. A little lighter area. Right? And then I started with like So what I'm doing right now, I'm I don't want to say literally, but I think that it's okay to use it. I'm literally drawing right now. I don't really think about anything else but drawing. And also, I am looking for that. I'm going to pull out a references from the library that I have here, the digital library, and I'm looking for that Zurbaran St. Francis paintings that he did that I like so much when it comes to a figures that they have a hood and they are kind of with that kind of a religious focus. But I see here that I could do a little bit of that. All right, cool. A little bit more shadow, and maybe I could, instead of pushing it up, maybe I could push this down here and created a little shadow right here. So that will give me a side plane. I just, you know, and I'm designing these shapes. I have to like them. They have to be pleasing to look at from this distance. So this is that design stage. I set up my composition, and right now I'm going to design it the way that I like it. Or, you know, or way that you like it, rather, you know, when it comes to your pigments and when it comes to your compositions. So let's make some adjustments here. And we can push this into a half tone or complete shadow. Let's see, you know. And even with my brush, I am going to the same direction as if I were to draw with a graphite pencil. So it's like that kind of a classical 45-degree. And the reason why I'm trying to do this, because I want that kind of a unified surface. And the reason why I want a unified surface, because you remember last time I mentioned the fact that any little darker or kind of a random imperfection there, it's going to draw the attention. And right now I want to see a larger, more overall shape design, and then I will go into details. So maybe I could push this. And I'm still playing only with a very simple ideas, which would be the outside shape, the outside silhouette, and I'm adding a little bit of, I'm trying to map how I want that shadow to lay on the figure. And the reason is because I want to make sure that then I can design the portrait within. So these are these sleeves that can go here, and then I could push it a little higher up, like so. And you know, this looks like a really. You remember yesterday I was talking about the line that it's the thick dark line. It's a statement. So you can see right now the whole sleeve kind of pushes it with the dark value into a curve, and it's curving upwards, right? So I'm just going to curve it this way up, right? Because I want you to stay right here when it comes to that other painting. But I am going to also push this diagonal right here. So with a darker line right here, with the outline of his figure, I'm pushing it and curving it that direction, but I can break it with the light and pigment and saturation. So I'm going to saturate these areas right here to push it diagonally. So this is what this is what I think about when it comes to a designing. And I need a, and you remember I had the problems with my folds, so I want to address these problems immediately with my composition design. So then I hopefully I won't run into more problems later on when I start applying pigments little bit more, a little thicker, you know, a little bit more impasto, because you remember I had and I still have a problem there. So let me push this a little bit here and make this a little more interesting shape. So I have one continuous line here, so let's make this area a little bit more angular or random or whatever. There was a proper word that I can't find right now. There it is. And you see, these are just the shapes. It says this is nothing concrete. Everything I can move. I can, you know, either make it. I can either make it smoother and softer, or I can make it darker. It's just I am completely in charge when it comes to these decisions. And I'm trying to keep every edge soft, right? So there is no, maybe I could move this a little bit more this way. So this is where the shadow is going to be. Or maybe I don't need the shadow there, so I'll put, maybe this could go even lower here. Right, so I'm really going to have fun with this right now, and for those of you who are joining me and painting alongside with me, do not hesitate to explore these ideas fully before you move to another stage. And the reason why I'm saying it is because it's really fun to move things around and left and right at this stage. But for me, at least, and it can get later on. It can get really complicated really quickly. So this is where that. I need probably a little fold right here. More like this. And then, like I said, it's going to be a little bit more like here, maybe even, if I want to, you know, make his head look correct in that hoodie area. This is going to be that lighter part right here. So I'm correcting my mistakes from yesterday, So this is a neck. This is the center line. I'm putting the center line there as well, so I know what's underneath that clothes, and then perhaps the shadow can go right here. So that will be like a little under the sleeve shadow. Maybe I could push it even lower. And this has nothing to do with that. I'm not copying anything particular. I'm just playing with the shapes and the ideas. What is going to help a composition to So I'm pushing it darker because that's where I want to have that shadow. And you can see how I'm pushing that diagonal with the shadow as much as I can. Or, as much as I want. Let's support it with this as well. Nice. So in this stage, you can really, that's too many reallys, but you can really explore two things and apply them very, very easily. That is your understanding of a shape design within the composition. Well, actually, let's start with composition, shape design within the composition. Yeah, I was sneezing yesterday. You're absolutely right. I'm sorry. I just got caught into painting, and I was not, again, I wasn't paying attention to a chat, but. Yeah, you gave me a nice weather from Netherlands, and as an exchange, I send you that sneezing environment. So that's how it's going to work. It's going to be back and forth. So what I was talking about with this technique, and that's why I was so. I used to rely on this technique so much because I can really separate the steps between painting and drawing, or actually that is like a bridge between drawing and painting. And first of all, I have a composition that I can adjust very easily with the brush on the canvas. So I'm kind of practicing two things. First would be my brush handling, right? So I can play with the brush, and I can focus on overall composition. Then another thing that I can work on, it's the design within the composition. So I can design these shapes that will represent later on a specific parts or objects in a composition. And then on top of this, I can start understanding a transparency of a certain pigment that I choose to work with. And on top of that, I can really, really start digging into edges and designing and deciding where do I want to have a hard edge, where do I want to have a soft edge, before anything else. Like, how would I approach this particular edges right here? And here's the thing, since this is a underpainting, I was looking at that composition, and I just got into deep thought, and I lost a track of what I was talking about. Was a composition for sure. What else would I talk about? So what I'm trying to say is that you have that, well, I know edges. So I have that, I can choose where I'm going to have a hard edges, where I'm going to have a soft edges. But since this is a underpainting, you can always paint over them. Even the hard edge that is really, really light, it's going to be easy to cover because you don't have a hard edge created by impasto pigment, right? So you can go into design, you can move left and right, and you can, trust me, you can get really lost in this stage to the point that, like I said, it's so you can get really, really precise with this, almost like it's a drawing made with the brush, and then you won't be able to move forward. It happened to me multiple times, so I don't really have a concrete answer to how to avoid this, but basically this would be way too much for me to do when it comes to accuracy and thinking about the drawing and painting and actually thinking about drawing and how precise do I want to have it when it comes to painting, that it's going to be covered completely again with another layer of paint. So this might be a little too much. Too much detail. That's what I meant. So do I have some crazy false ideas here in my digital library? I don't think I do. I don't think I do. So I'm going to go into that Zurbarán, St. Francis. Territory. And what did we decide on? Is he going to be looking down? I guess we decided to do that, right? I think it's going to be better compositionally. Or maybe looking straight forward. But like I said, I have too many straightforward ones. Yeah, I think we can do. Maybe I can do it from out of imagination. Maybe that's going to be enough. Maybe let's do that, because I'm going to spend too much time right now to trying to find some cool ideas. And let me just grab my skull. And see, right now I could use this another. So I'm going to use my skull as a reference, since I don't have anything prepared when it comes to portrait. And the only reason why I'm going to use the skull, it's not necessarily that I'm going to copy a skull and I'm going to paint a skull there, but it helps me always. It always helps me with creating random portraits. Just adjust it a little bit. It's kind of also in the proper light, so I like the light condition. Let me just adjust it a little bit even more. So I'm using my my skull as my primary source of portrait reference. Plus, I have a little advantage when it comes to this particular setup, because lightning works for me, not against me in this particular case. So that's kind of cool. And I'm trying to pose it. Yeah, so that would be, I see right now that area of that cheek, and something that also Rembrandt is pushing right here in his portrait. It's kind of the one that it's illuminated the most. Maybe I could push it even more this way. So I see a little bit more of that. So he's going to be like, there's going to be a difficult area right here, because the eye looks like it's a behind that behind that icon. So maybe I could make it a little thinner right here. So I give myself more space for that portrait. And I don't know if that's going to change that overall setup, but hopefully it won't. Hopefully it won't. So what if I push it here? And then maybe a little bit more here, so we just create a... Right, so I'm going to erase this, and you can see right now the problem with the transparency. So there is a pigment that dried out, so I cannot make it lighter. So if you were to leave it as it is, or you want to create only a painting that is it's done by this technique, you have to be sure that you are working in sections. Or you work with pigments, specific pigments, that they dry really, really slow. So it would be here, connecting. This would be in the shadow. And I can push it this way. Did I change the composition too much? I don't think so. I don't think so. But maybe that pole needs to be in a different area. But I could actually create like a little, some kind of a cool, like a holder that it's kind of protruding it. Yeah, this could work. So it's just kind of it's laying on some kind of a ledge. It's just kind of something a little bit more interesting, just like not only a icon that was nailed to a pole. So maybe a little bit more like a something. And perhaps I could even put it into a frame to give it even more, you know, a frame to frame it even more, even though it's already in kind of a good position. Okay, so I decided that portrait is going to be like slightly, I mean, looking down, slightly looking down. So and what would I do? Should I? Okay, so let's angle it slightly this way. So right now what I'm thinking about is the position of his head. And a center line, just to get me started. Because if I had a model here, right? So I would try to position it exactly, and I would rely on that kind of a visual. So this is where his nose is going to be. This is the center of the eye, would be right here. Right, one eye and another eye. Maybe I can push it even more here. And there's no, I'm not going to paint eye there. I'm just using the eye as a placeholder for me to see, you know, the relationships, the position of the head and the movement, right? So that's the only reason why I have it. And I'm going to push that shadow. So it could go right here. Yeah, that would be over the nose. And I could push what Rembrandt did right here. Yeah, he made a little triangle there for nose. So I could do that, a little triangle for nose. A little shadow under the nose. And it goes down right here as I am leaning this down. So all this area is going to be in shadow. So I'm making it darker. So right now I'm going to really decide on the shadow pattern and shadow shape, if you wish. And it's going to be created by two things. Some of the shadows are going to be naturally created by the facial features. I'm sorry, by the facial features, and then one shadow. The main shadow it's also not main shadow. The supporting shadow is going to be shadow that is being casted by that pole or the icon rather. So I'm going to apply a little bit more pigment there, which is going to make it darker, which is so cool, because if you come from painting, from drawing into painting, and you had the same problem as I did, that I was I always wanted to make things darker by not mixing a new pigment but pressing harder on the brush. This is a place to be right now to do it, because I'm pressing harder on my brush and I'm leaving a more pigment on a surface, and that's giving me a darker value. So you can see slowly as it's darkening there, it's pushing it inside into that depth. Okay, so I am going to control right now the area where the nose is going to be, so I'm going to make it lighter. So it's going to protrude outside. This is still where the eye is going to land. And maybe I could do a little, because I see on my skull a little sliver of light right here. So it's going to be like a very, I'm going to probably use it as I'm going to merge it to a shadow, or I'm going to group it into a shadow category, but I'm going to make it not lighter, but different hue and slightly different saturation. So within the shadow, there is going to be a little bit of information. And when you check that Rembrandt painting, he does that as well. It's just so subtle. It's very, very subtle. So it's interesting to look at that. Right now it looks weird. It is just, it looks like something is popping out of that. And then again, that's the reason why I don't want you to go really, really dark, because that's a strong statement. So I'm looking at that shape design and I'm going to make it a little softer, because I don't want it to be that dark. And this is enough. You can still see that there's something happening there, but it's not as obvious. And I want to keep that mystery there behind that face. And so this is where my eye is. And maybe I could push this a little bit more so it opens a little wider, only because I want to include that a cheekbone. I'm looking at that skull. Let me just move it maybe just a little bit more this way. Yeah. So this is where that eye is, and perhaps I'm going to grab that. Remember I was talking about these brushes and how I destroy them? This is a good example of a brush being destroyed. It was a really long furrow, but then as I worked with it and as I paint with it, it just got really, really short. And right now, I'm going to use this as my eraser brush, right? Because I can really press harder and make adjustments, right? So it was somewhere. You remember I showed you these. Let me just put some lighter value there underneath the paper or something, so you can see it a little better. So it's like a progression when it comes to brushes, like how damaged and destroyed they are, to the point that it's going to disappear completely. I don't know if you can see it. I hope you can. Right. So as I move on the canvas, and canvas works as a sandpaper, I'm sanding down these furrows to the point that they just almost disappeared. I believe it was a filbert, but since I move with my brush like this, right, I'm kind of sharpening it. It's the same thing that you would do with charcoal, right? So this one is a little stiffer because it's damaged a little bit more. So, but I'm pretty sure that I showed you some of those like completely completely destroyed. Yeah, there it is. I found it. So, just to give you a little bit more of a understanding of the genesis of the brushes, this is going to be fun. So I have. Let me just take a hold of this, since I want to use it as a. Okay, cool. As a flat surface right here. So maybe I should bring some kind of a nice brush as an example. Well, that might be a problem. that when we ran into problems with the nice brush. Let me see. Well, this is not a nice brush, but it, it's not really good. Maybe I should take a new one. Yeah, this is a good example as well. So let's say that it starts like a new brush. So you have a new brush, which is fairly nice. This is a softer, but it doesn't really matter. It's fairly new. Then, as I progress, this is going to be, the worst possible way to show it. Let me organize them nicely. Okay, I got them. So, from left to right, I'm slowly sharpening them to the point that it does not even have any furrow left, but you can still see some of it there. And I use these brushes as my erasers. And you can use, everything else. And I utilize this guy. It's the very, very damaged one. From the other side, I sharpen it with the razor blade. So if I want to do really harsh kind of a scratch with the texture, I can do it this way and then this way. It's something that helps me to get rid of a pigment. You can use also a palette knife, or you can use sculpting tools as well. And by sculpting tools, I mean like a soft plastic brushes. I don't know if you ever heard about that or you've seen that, but there are like a soft plastic brushes. Sculptors use them. So this is like a rubbery, and you can push the paint and pigment away and create like a different nice detailed textures. Not only textures, but what's the word that I'm looking for? Not textures, but ornaments. Yeah, I can probably cut it, but yeah. So these are the brushes that I would use not only when it comes to applying a pigment, but also reducting a pigment, right? So, and I use just the pure mineral spirits to get rid of some of that pigment. And the reason why I want to go into mineral spirit, because there's a little point in the eye socket that even Rembrandt made super light, and that's the whiteness of a eye socket. And I want to get that really nice and detailed only because that's going to be the edge of the shadow. And this is very important when you do such a strong shadows. And when you look at Rembrandt, he beautifully modeled that terminator edge that divides the light side against the dark side, because that's the plane break, which is so important when you're designing a portrait out of your imagination, because this is going to help you to show the form. So I'm wiping it a little bit because I need a little bit more light there. So it would be here, and then the little area, light area here, and then it goes this way. Okay. And again, I erased, and right now I'm going to find that shape again. And I'm going to make the harder edge there because that's the closest to us when it comes to a focal point, right? And this is going to, and I'm going to be stuck here for a while because I double checked my setup. I put the arm and shoulder there. Right now I set up the size of the head. It might be a little too big maybe, even. Let me see the portrait. 1, from here to here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and yeah, it might be a little too big because I was adjusting the size and I didn't take that into consideration that I'm making it too big. So I'm going to make my head a little smaller, but it's okay because this is going to be the end of the bottom of a chin, but then maybe I should add a beard again because I want them to be bearded because they probably wear with some kind of a facial hair, right? So that's where the beard starts, and when the when it's the end of the chin. And let me right now again double check if this is a 1, 2, 3, 4 halfway point. It's right here. So I have a mark right here, and let me grab my longer measuring stick. So from top to bottom, I'm almost 8 heads. So I'm a little shy of 8 heads. So I'm at like a 7 and 7.5, maybe 7 and 3/4 rather. So I'm good. That's just like a standard canon that we use these days. So it goes from all the way here, which is going to be the highest point, and it's all the way here, the highest point, and this is where the chin ends, and then I have a little bit of beard here. So the chin, and the reason why I want to draw a chin, because I want to also show the neck. This is where the neck is going to be. This is where the clavicle is. And again, this is the understructure, and the reason why I'm being so patient with this right now is because if I figure this out right now, I won't have a problem with this later on. That being said, if I want to move it and push it, I'll push it. I don't really care about that. It's just as it is right now. And you remember I had a problem with the shoulder and movement and everything with the larger painting. I analyzed the mistakes that I did with the previous painting, and I'm trying to consciously avoid these things. And this is very important because I've seen even my colleagues and fellow classmates repeating the same mistakes over and over again, even though they saw that it was not happening in their previous painting. I don't know why is it so and why is it happening, but we just prefer to repeat the same mistakes over and over again. And that includes me. I'm not, you know, I'm not immune to this. So that's when I said that I have to be conscious about these adjustments. I mean, really conscious. So I'm changing that shape a little bit because I have to take into consideration that, you know, I was looking at the measurements all the way from here, but wait, the chin is right here. So I can't really put a nose that low, and that means that the eye cannot be that low either. And I put a lot of mineral spirits on my brush. And if you load your brush with a lot of mineral spirits, you're just gonna get the pigment is gonna slide all over, and you're gonna lose that ability of staining the canvas or applying a pigment to a canvas. So be careful with that. So that will be the opening for a nose. And I saw that Rembrandt made this adjustment right here. Kind of a nice triangle. So I'm just going to look at that triangle, and I'm going to Rembrandt has a slightly different angle, but you know, we're all good here. And then this needs to go dark, not light. Right, so I'm really playing only with that shadow, and you can already see a little bit how it's starting to change. Let me maybe move the camera a little higher. I'm sorry. A little higher, and let me maybe zoom in a little bit. This is really not the ideal doing it like this, but bear with me. I'm trying to get you a little bit more. Okay. So I think that you can see a little bit more right now. I think it's a little better. You don't need to see my whole studio. Yeah, I think this is fine. Yeah, that's cool. Like I said, I'm working right here, and I'm playing. I have my skull right here, so this triangle actually replicates that. That triangle represents the part that does not show on the skull. It's that cartilage. But since I know where the cartilage starts, I at least have a placeholder for that. And maybe I could just push it a little bit here, like so. Just to show that eye a little bit more. But these adjustments are not, you know, that necessary. It's just I want to show you how far you can push this preliminary stage. You know, how much you can done. You can see the worn out brush pretty well. Yeah, that's awesome. Really? Yeah, you can. You kind of can. See, this is why I like to have a camera farther away, because right now you can see all the imperfections in my work. And then maybe I should push this a little darker right here. It bothers me that it's really too light. So I'm trying to apply a little bit more pigment there. Okay, See, and I'm trying to show just that side. Hillary explained, well, thank you. It's just, and there's, here's the thing. There's no, it wasn't that difficult, was it? At least that's what people would, think of, because this is easier to understand for even like a general, even like for a general public, right? It's just a drawing. It's just a shadow. And that's why I'm saying this is a trap for you, because you can stay in this stage forever. So be careful with this. And not only you can stay there forever, you can, if you aim for a full color a painting, you might have a problem then to adjust certain things with the color, because right now not only I have because this is not a painting. I wouldn't call this a painting. I would call this a drawing. But then you work with brushes, you work with paints, right? So paints equal painting, but still I am not using. Well, I just use a brush instead of a charcoal stick or a graphite pencil, or I don't know, or your vacuum tablet or I don't know, iPad or whatever you use for drawing digitally, right? But I am applying knowledge from drawing, which is shadow, which is light against a dark area, and the shape and the edge. I am not introducing anything else. I'm playing with the transparency. That's what I do. But that's about it. But you can, what I'm trying to say is that you can test these things. You can test all these things with charcoal or graphite. You don't need to use paint for this. That's what I'm trying to say. So if you really want like a cheap alternative, that it's available almost everywhere, you can use charcoal. Or actually, I would recommend you to use charcoal because it's easier to manipulate. And then if you feel like, oh, I want to do that step forward and I want to expand my knowledge towards a painting, let me dip my fingers into a painting. You might want to use this technique. You want to give it a try at least. It might be fun. You might like it. It's what happened to me. You know what? This is why I like painting discourse, because you don't really need to give a specific name. You can say, absolutely with no, I have no objection against this. You could say that I am neither painting, nor drawing, nor sculpting. I am designing a shape as a mosaic, which when you put together represents somehow or somewhat a resembles human being, right? I'm not actually drawing anything. I'm designing shapes. And the reason why I'm saying that I am not drawing, I'm designing, because if I were to draw this, I would create the you have these videos with the technique, how quickly paint a portrait. So, put the eyes, draw the circle, or, obloid rather, or even, like more like a, I don't know, it doesn't really matter. Draw a circle, then drop the line, find the center line, from the center line, this and that. You can build up, you can draw it. You can actually draw it with planes. This is not that. I'm taking that in consideration. It's like the underlying idea. But first, I'm designing a very pleasing flat shapes. So before this will get a three-dimensional, I'm thinking about this being very flat. And I'm only playing with the flat shapes. So you can call it however you want. It doesn't really matter. The important part is what do you do? And let's say if I were to say that you mentioned sculpting. Yes, this would be also a sculpting, because I would think of, oh, I have a large piece of marble, that is my canvas, and I need to cut it here, 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 and here, and this needs to go away to create the figure that I want here. So yes, in the sense, it would be sculpting as well, because I'm getting rid of unwanted material that's from the side. I don't think that sculptors would appreciate this explanation, because it's not that easy as it looks and sounds, but technically, it's a very similar process. Then you can mention what I did, or you can simply say that, oh, you draw, because you are drawing a boundaries between distance, right? So I place the line right here, and if I measure this is where it stops, right? You can say that, or you can say that you can actually disregard all this that it's inside, and you can only draw a outside silhouette, which you can call then, it's just it could be a figure. You can think about this as a figure in a like what is the sun behind the figure, where the figure that you're looking at, it's between you and the sun, right? So you see just the outside shape, just the silhouette. And I can go even further right now. I can really disregard all this, right? So I can push all this as a darker shape, because what I want to know is whether this dark shape works as a silhouette on its own. And you can see where that damage of the brushes come from, right? Because if you do this, I'm basically, using the canvas as a sandpaper. So right now I'm making it darker, and it's really hard to see. But as I'm darkening it, I am separating it from the background. And if you do this, please, I advise you, use stiff bristled brushes. Don't use soft brushes. This is not a soft brush. Kind of a method. So I'm making it darker and darker, right? So you can see how it's starting to just suddenly, it's being disconnected from the background, and it's starting to be almost like a translucent, transparent a drawing, like in the lighter stage. And the reason why you should do this as well, even also when you draw, is because right now I am trying to separate, like I said, because if you don't see this, if you cannot imagine hold this shape as a darker value, like it's it's a completely different value than this, then you're just looking at the lines and you still think about drawing. Just applying this tone, and I'm trying to keep it a same direction because I want to visually connect it, right? So if you have a lines going the same direction, it kind of feels like it's a one continuous flat shape. Should probably raise it up a little bit. I don't know if you just for a second. So raising it up a little bit. So and I would do this with the drawing as well. When I work with the charcoal, I would just cover it with value so I can see the whole shape as one continuous connected shape, right? So it's kind of a sticking out right now. And the funny thing is, and you're gonna think like, oh, you almost have a you almost hit that like the color of a give me a second. I don't want to talk into that kind of a scratchy noise that is there when I paint. So, like I said, you really want to push this with a bristle brush, not with your soft brush, because you're going to destroy it. You're going to completely destroy it. And let's push this as well to make it a little darker, so I can then hit it with the lighter values with the paint later on. And I should probably solve the problem with a feet as well, but I'm not worried about the feet that much, because I might want to put some grass right there or something, you know, to cover them. So I'm not really that worried about his feet. Maybe I can push this a little bit more here, just to be on the safe side, that he doesn't seem like he's falling. Maybe disconnect them a little bit. But it has time. It all has time. But maybe I could push, just to do another separation. Maybe I could push it a little darker around here, right? So, but I would recommend you to do this darker only if you are certain where the position is going to be for those. For your feet, because you might run again into a problem that if you have a darker statement right here, like I did right here, to make it a little darker, you might run into a problem with later on, if you want to change it and you want to keep it this transparent, you can't move it. You have to paint over it. You can't go back. But I have kind of a, you know, I separated certain areas, certain shapes. So let me show you. I can move this a little darker right here, so it's connecting here a little bit more. Okay, let me just drop it down so you see what I'm talking about. Right, so I separated that shape right now. So it's, you can see, you're looking at the mass right now, rather than just something in between two lines. Right? Push this little. I haven't played with the technique like this for a while, so I really enjoyed this this stage. Okay, reattached it there. Okay, cool. And you might think, oh, you lost that kind of a, you know, the kind of a scratchiness, randomness, but that's okay, because like I said, I know that I'm going to continue working with this, and that a kind of a scratchiness and randomness, it's going to hold me back later on. And more important for me right now is to figure it out at different areas, deal with the different problems that are going to occur along the way. And that will be a position for the like the shadows, shadow shape, folds, feet, the position for feet, overall gesture of these folds, where exactly he's holding that a pole again, right? So these are the things that I have to figure it out, and they're way more important for me. But I'm not saying that you have to do it. I know that since I'm going to apply a pigment on top of it, I should push it even harder. Maybe I could disconnect this. And remember I talked about a Vermeer, and he almost connected this with the background. So it's just let's leave like a soft transition there, right? And you can see right now that most of that action is going to be happening right here alongside, right? So I'm going to push this, I'm going to push this, and it's already there. This dark and this dark. So I'm going to create that kind of a curve right there when it comes to composition of designing the shapes. And I'm going to then, maybe I can expand on this. That I will incorporate these sunflowers there as well, right? So I'll just go all the way here. This is where it's going to curve, right? So you're going this way and back to a that's probably going to be better when it comes to composition. So I have these sunflowers there, which I have to design. How would I design them? I don't know yet, because I'm not familiar with sunflowers, but that's going to be something that I have to do a little research on, and and maybe do a couple sketches, maybe think about it a little bit, and then maybe I could even do a. So it has to go a little bit more. Just right now, it's a tangent that I don't really like seeing here. So I wanted to cut a little bit more into his head. I'm going to push it way back where it was. I like this a little bit more, compositionally and design-wise. It was too close to each other. It was too far. It was a little bit more. Apart that I would like to, and it was creating that kind of a tangent there, which I didn't like. Okay, back to that adjusting the portrait. So probably I could push his eye a little higher since I'm pushing his. So his nose could go straighter, more down, not protrude that much. What's happening? Hello. And then, yeah, this would be the lightest spot right here, so. Let me punch it a little bit. And you might use, like I said, you might use different tools. You might use a Q-tip. You might, there's plenty of things to use to determine. And then let me adjust this shape as well, because it kind of bothers me. So I'm pushing the pigment down. That's why I have the hand that way. That's the idea. And drawing like this, or designing like this on the canvas, it's cool because it's just like never-ending story. I can, there's no really that moment. I never felt when I was doing this. I have never had that feeling that, oh, I cannot erase anymore. And I think that that's what freed me from drawing, because I could not control my pigment when I started to paint, and that was holding me back, and I was ready to sacrifice everything that painting offers you on top of a drawing for that not being able to control brush properly. It's just don't do that. You're gonna regret it. And I spent so much time not painting and just being adamant about, no, I'm just gonna be a draftsman. I'm just gonna draw. There is plenty of people that just draw. A little bit of that shadow underneath the mouth, just a touch. And then maybe a little bit that, underneath the lower lip. And soften it into a and this is all going to be that lighter area that is lit by a sunlight, right? So I'm just designing the shape there slowly, and playing. I'm looking at my reference, and you would call you might actually, I might call this stage like a sculpting, because I'm thinking this is this is where that zygomatic arc is, and it moves here. This is somewhere where the ear is going to be. Maybe I could push that ear a little higher to show that tilt. So somewhere here is going to be his ear, right? So let me just put a little shadow, not shadow, little halftone there, right? So I'm kind of giving myself very softly, it's just so I know where it is, right? And when I'm going to paint, I am going to maybe a little closer. I'm going to take this into consideration not as a shadow, but as a change of plane. Therefore, it's going to give me a little bit more of that. And then if my eye is right here, and I go a little bit here, and I'm going to also place a little lighter area right here. Because this is where my plane is going to change from side plane to top plane, right? So I'm pushing this a little bit more than I usually do, but since this is a bed painting Friday, I wanna experiment with this. I'm just gonna push it even more, and let's see how far we can push it. because I don't think that we ever explored this technique. And then maybe I can show you some concepts that I did with this technique long time ago. Just let me know if you're interested to see them, and I'll show you. I have some of them laying somewhere around here. So this, and then a little bit here. And I'm adding this detail not necessarily because I need that much detail at this stage, but important part for me is to really judge the size and proportions correctly. And if I can do that, then that's awesome, because that's what I need to do right now. Okay, so there will be a shadow right here under his nose. But then I can keep all this light. I can keep all this light, right? And then this can be connected this way. This might be interesting, cool thing to explore. Why don't we turn his eyes towards us, so he's looking at us as well? That might be cool. And this is going to be all soft. This needs to go lower. So I'm designing, I'm still, keeping myself here in this kind of a design stage of his face, because the most important part for me right now is his portrait, because that's going to be something that I think it's going to be the most challenging part when it comes to this painting. To find that nice kind of a beautiful balance between a part that it's fully submerged into a shadow and the part that it's sticking out. Like that design, that outline, or that silhouette is going to determine whether or not this painting is going to work. So I really have to pay attention to that. And again, I'm dipping my brush into mineral spirits, but I'm wiping it away because I don't want to, I don't want mineral spirits to drip down. And I'm definitely not painting with I'm not painting with a pigment that was diluted by solvent or any other medium for that matter. It's going up here and it's going down here, because it's in shadow, right? So I'm pushing it a little bit more. I'm getting a little closer to that kind of overall shape that I kind of like on the general scale. But this is not finished by any means. This is just the beginning of a painting. And then I can maybe push this a little darker, like hold this area of the neck, could maybe go a little darker, right? Like a half tone, so. So I push the diagonal. Yeah, that works better. You see, like immediately, it just helps that. Just helps that diagonal to push it. So I'm gonna drop this into a half tone. So this is where his neck is gonna be, and I'm being very careful about. This is his neck, and this is I believe it's called. When I'm looking at this, and you see right now that I outlined that shoulder. So this would be, if you think drawing, but I know that this form is going to roll out into a distance right here. So I'm just going to break it and soften it. So it's almost, you can't see the difference where you can't see the line, you can see just some kind of a fuzziness there. You just kind of, well, maybe you can because camera is just being, trying to adjust for that. So let me maybe push it even lighter and wipe it completely. Right, so you don't see the lines right now there, or almost you can't see it, but you can see the value. And if I were to push this right now, this shoulder, like really so it's sticking forward, I'll just put a really light value around here. Like I would take like a thick brush, and I would take a nice kind of a light background pigment, and I'll just push it right here and out, and this would just automatically jump out on me from, it would just separate from the background immediately. But I'm trying to restrain myself from doing this, even though I want to do it yeah. But let me show you what I mean. So this is right now like a soft, very soft edge, and I'm going to clean up the background a little bit more. So I'm going to create a lighter value right here, and instead of painting anything in the shoulder, I just painted a negative space in the background, and it's immediately just separates the shoulder from the background. It's just understanding what you're looking at, understanding how light work, and how do you translate these light effects through edges. I think it's something that completely, the moment you will search for these things, or you will understand them, and seeing them will transform your understanding of what painting is. And you will immediately apply this idea to everything that you do, including your drawing. So just working with edges, working with this brush, and just really softening and going back and forth, because it's way more difficult to do it with charcoal or graphite. I'm not even going to talk about graphite, because that's just, it immediately made me feel uncomfortable thinking about how many times I did these hatches with a graphite pencil, and you go next to each other, and it has to go from A to B. You can't go over. You're trying to create these nice hatches, continuous, and then you have that, and then they tell you that do 45 degrees and go that direction. I don't like that at all. I prefer to do what Michelangelo did. He didn't go 45. He went a slightly different angle and hatched it in. It's more like a, like couple degrees, and it created a kind of a nice, continuous, beautiful rendered hatched areas. So, and then when you want to go darker, you go a slightly different angle one more time, and then one more time, and again to build up the darkness, so you don't destroy a graphite, and then you prevent it from being that ugly, shiny kind of a area there, which is really, really difficult. You have to control yourself. It takes a lot of patience. Or you can spray it with the matte finish, but you know. And then, you know, but you learn. I really learned to control the pigment and the graphite, and if you're heavy-handed, you're gonna have a hard time to work with a graphite pencils. And you know, I was not doing it with hard pencils. They were all soft pencils, like, you know, 4Bs, 6Bs. So you just had a nice sharp point, and you made nice kind of a line, very light, and another one, and another one, and another one. So, yeah. Doing this is way easier and way more forgiving. Because like I said, I'm always ready to paint on top of this, so I'm like, all right, well, no harm done. So this seems like it wanted to have a sharp edge, but quite the contrary. I'm going to make a soft edge right there, so the form nicely rolls into the shadow. And I reserved the hard edge for his for different areas, for his, you know, the composition that I want to push. So this is not going to be necessarily about his portrait. This is going to be about the composition. But I have to set up his portrait in order for me to see how far I can push the other parts. And maybe I could show a little bit of a neck right here, like a lighter value there. Just a touch. That might help that design. You know, you remember like Rembrandt doing these little lighter areas. It always just surprise you with some kind of an interesting little touch that you don't expect. Right? And then, you know, you can I can do the same thing for, let's say, for hands, right? So I'm going to design the arms and hands right here. As he holds that icon in his hands. Yeah, I completely forgot how much I love this. Method. A little darker value right here, where his beard is, into a really soft kind of a broken outside of that. Unfortunately, I made that beard in the wrong angle. Wrong angle. Wiping it off. So this is where his beard is going to be, and it's going here, up here, okay. Right? Looking from a distance, you see, like, we have just a little piece of that little piece of that, and maybe I could just put this into darkness as well. Same as Rembrandt did. Just because I want to create a kind of nice shape. And when I say nice shape, I am thinking about a light side as a positive shape and dark side as a negative shape, right? So I am not thinking about a portrait right now necessarily. I'm kind of aware that this is supposed to be portrait at the end, but a priority for me is when I go all the way back, and you can see that it got really dark again because my camera is just trying to. You're done with the sunflower painting? Okay, all right. Are you satisfied? Are you happy? Is it what you were expected to be? Is it awesome? Softening this and pushing it again, and softening and pushing. Right? Designing that shape slowly. Really, really just maybe I could push this lighter value a little bit more here, even higher, right? And then I could connect these. And for a second, forget about the eye. And just look at the shape. Yeah, this looks cool. If he goes this way, so just a little bit, maybe. I see that Rembrandt did little light areas right here underneath the nose. And then soften here in the nose. Right, and then the tip of the nose as well. Should go a little bit more out. So this is that triangle for the nose. Let me see. Yep. And then it dips down a little bit. Or rather, it's just, it switches from a little more right here, and then this is the corner, and it really has to go okay. Yeah, I want to make him a little bit more, not necessarily menace, but a little bit more I don't even know what the word I'm looking for. A little bit more unpleasant looking, probably. you know, I'm looking for that specific, you know, slightly bigger nose, you know, like, I'm gonna call them Romanesques. You know, like when you look at these old portraits, or busts rather, because they're sculptures, right? These little Roman busts, they have these specific noses, like really. Oh wait, I have a. And you are going to awesome. I'm just reading your comments. I'm sorry, into chat. Yeah, that's great. Definitely go for it. And since this is a Bad Painting Friday, you know that you can just have a lot of fun. Don't. Another thing is, since you know I am actually only painting monochromatically, I can continue working even when the light is gone, because, and I have to do this line right here because it bothers me that I don't see the edge properly compositionally. Okay, cool. Whew, that was difficult to look at. Yeah, how it works. Maybe I could drop it a little lower, but then it's going to interfere with the nose, and I don't want that. Still checking up on the Rembrandt and how he deals with this. I think I need a little bit more of upper lip area, and then better angle right here. There's not, yeah, better angle right here. Cool. And that gives me this, and the eye is going to be right here. So I just lightly put it there. This is where my mouth is. Cool. And the light area for a lower lip, it's going to be right here. Okay, so the lower lip into a area where the beard is going to be. Cool, and then up, because I want to create that shape for a. I want to create a shape for his beard, and it needs to go and carry all the way here. This needs to be like a really soft edge. Almost feels like it's not even there. Right. A little bit of mouth and then I need a little bit more shadow right here. I think I made his nose a little too big. See, I'll just move back and forth here, and I will obsess about this. Because I don't feel that, you know, it's ready. But this would be way more than enough. I have proportions. Yeah, let's move a little bit. Let's rest from that from the portrait, because I'm going to spend all the time for a portrait that it's in the shadow. It's not really that important. So just some final touches here. Let me just even get rid of the eye that I suggested there, because I use that only as a reference for the proportions. So it was placed right there, and then let me make a little sharper line right here. So I have that kind of a nice little change in the plane right there. Cool. So there's a beard, I have a neck, and this would be going into a beard, because it's still part of that garment. But it seems like this might be too big of a head, and it's only because I made the beard a little too big. Yeah, perfect. Oh, fixed, problem solved. This is where the lowest point of the beard is, right here, and this can go a little higher. Okay, cool. Yeah, better. All right. Yeah, right now it works better as it. And then here is that little sliver of light that I was talking about, that kind of shows. Okay, which would be a neck. So I have a neck, I have a head, I have a position for a nose, maybe slightly this way. Let me push it a little bit more, and push this a little higher, and then I'm done with the nose. Because like I said, I don't want to spend any more time on this. It's just putting all on its place. Right, and a little bit here. A little higher here. And then a little bit into that eye area. Into a soft edge. Okay, I'm not going to work on that anymore, because it would take me again too much time to deal with all of these things. Maybe the only thing that bothers me right now is this really light area right here. It has to go darker. It's not a good representation of what's happening there. Right. Maybe a little bit here. All right. So approximately, you know, I have a head, I have a position for a head. I hope it's a proper size. I'll see it only when I put another canvas next to it. But as it is right now, I'm cool with it. And I'm going to, should probably open a, slightly different reference right now because I should probably work on that design of a folds. So I'm going to open folds. Let me maybe push something that I was thinking about when I was working on a it's nice and warm here on that, in that pigment. Let me maybe push it up. So it can be here. So it's going to be touching here and then down. I'm designing folds right now, so it's here, but this is not a, this might not be a shadow. I can actually use this as a half tone, and then I can do this and go all the way here, and from here bring it up. Right, so push it this way. So we have like a little, you know, so it's connecting. So again, I'm just designing shapes. There is nothing specific here yet. So this is where I could use that transition from one shape to another, just simply by using shadow. So I'm, you know, I'm merging these shadows together. So I have a cast shadow that it's underneath a the arm, and I have a shadow that it's on the sleeve, right? But I want the sleeve to be a front of the casted shadow area, which is body. But as a design shape, I can connect them and use them together. So there was I think there was a big misunderstanding, or it is misunderstanding in describing even when we think about Charles Bark and his copies or his plates, the very famous ones, it almost feels like, maybe I could push this a little bit more here, that we misunderstood, sometimes I think, some schools, they do this, they just kind of, they group these shadows for no apparent reason, only because, you know, you're supposed to, right? And that's not what I'm looking for. I'm grouping these shadows because I'm looking for an interesting shape. I know that they're going to be separate, but as it is right now, on that first visual level, like the primal that we talked about, right? So that's how we see things, something that is interesting to look at. I'm going to group them, and then I'm going to disconnect them again, wherever I please, wherever I choose to. I'm liking this right here. And this could be that, like a really nice crease right here. And it's going to have a soft edge again from here. So I'm softening that edge, but I can push it a little bit lower here. Or maybe rather higher. So it kind of bunches in like so. So it's going in, and this here it's going down. As a part of that halftone. Yep. Right. So I'm creating these folds right now. You can see them starting to appear slowly at the beginning of the arm. Right. So I'm going back and forth, and I'm softening. I'm connecting. I'm disconnecting. I'm connecting. I'm disconnecting. And this is something that I look for throughout the whole painting. And the reason why I'm looking for these things is what we talked about when it comes to Herald Speed. I am looking for a unity within a variety, and variety within the unity, right? So I'm unifying, and then I'm disconnecting. I'm unifying again, and I'm disconnecting again. And the reason why I'm doing it, because every another additional adjustment shows me or points me to a certain direction, right? So I'm looking, I'm searching, I edit there, and I'm asking myself, this adjustment that I created right now, right here, in this area, is it helping overall composition and feeling of a movement? Is this design the right one for this particular subject matter? Am I communicating, and am I describing this? Communicating, describing. That's just a weird way to say it. Am I satisfied with the way how these things are described, and are they helping a composition or they are destroying a composition? So right now let's push this, and let's hit this with a halftone. So this is halftone, and then instead of having such a sharp edge right there, this all, and this is a problem that I ran into when I was drawing only. I put a harsh line here, and I broke that kind of a turn of the form. So this area has to go lighter, instead of being darker, and it rolls out from here with the tone instead of with a line, right? So because I want to push this diagonal here, but I don't want to, simultaneously as I'm pushing the diagonal, I don't want to break the idea of a form being a rolled. Right, and I can go all the way here, all the way here, yep. And if I really, really want to push it in some areas, right, let's say it's kind of that could be like a different kind of a plane there. Right, so maybe in some areas I could sharpen it and make it a little bit more diagonal. Right, I'm coming back and I'm looking whether or not I'm pushing it properly the way that I want to, and if not, then I'll have to change it. And I have to use a mirror because there are certain things that I'm not satisfied with. at this point. No, the diagonal is still there, and I'm really keeping that diagonal alive because that's the main counter to that really offset for my for the decision that I made that I want to go into this particular. So let me see. I can push it from here, like a crease that goes here, then changes direction, and then goes here. Okay. All right, so I'm right here. The only thing that I don't like right now, because I don't like what I'm doing, is that I didn't show this crease right here properly. So let me just adjust that. And again, I'm going to work on that a little bit. Maybe a little bit more here. Right, so I'm slowly creating these shapes. Maybe I could push this even more here. And maybe just let it fly here a little bit more. So step by step, there's a little bit of this. Awesome. So you're, Bad Painting Friday. It's not really such a bad idea after all. It might be bad Painting Friday, but it's not necessarily a bad idea. And what if I just push this to show that this is where the break is going to happen with that shoulder? Yep, we can do this. Random folds. This needs to go into a shadow. This would be really the part where the shadows are. Being slightly aggressive, right? So I created a little bit of a face, little folds on his, and then maybe a little one right here. So it's going across his chest, all the way into this area right here, which is still very soft and unresolved because I don't know what to put there, right? So that's where I am right now. So slowly I'm developing it, and I'm focusing mostly on that, you remember, on that swoop that I was talking about, and I'm letting myself a space to actually expand into those sunflowers, which I want to start putting shortly after I finish with this. Maybe I should push this a little darker so it kind of nicely connects here. Maybe that was too much of a rushed idea, but I don't care because I can always wipe it and then soften it again back to where it was. So no harm done there. Yep. And it should probably, maybe I could, okay, maybe I could do the different angle here. Maybe a little steeper, and it connects here. And then I have a chance to create this shoulder right here. That's going to be, you know, receding into a background. So I don't really want to push that that much with line, only with a. And then I'm missing the little bit of corner of my mouth. So he again looks like he's not happy to be here, and I want him to be happy. For those of you who been here yesterday, no, 2 days ago, I was talking about that. Yeah, it was 2 days ago. Or 3 days ago, who knows? Okay, and he's suddenly laughing again. Okay, awesome. So he's having a good time. He's having a good time. See, it's just isn't this don't you think that this is important part, that you venture into these random explorations? And the reason why I think it's important is because it gives you the mindset that you have right now is what's the worst that can happen, right? The worst that can happen is that you're just going to ruin something that you would throw away anyway. So what's the big deal? What's the harm? There's no harm. So I think it's incredibly important to go for these I just want to test something. To go into these bed painting Fridays with open mind, that, you know, if it's ruined, it's ruined. Okay, well, that's not really the end of the world. That's what I'm trying to say, right? You might not be, you know, you might be feeling like, oh, but I wasted, you know, so and so many hours, but trust me when I tell you, really, please trust me when I tell you that that's okay. It's fine. It's a part of that education. It's part of that, you know, part of the learning process. And if you do not allow yourself to explore these possibilities, you're going to miss this. You're going to regret it, and you're always going to fall into that same kind of a category, which is not category. You're going to fall in the same safe, secure way of painting, and I'm not saying that that's bad. I just want you to experience that, you know, that freedom that comes with not care for a world. Maybe a little lighter here, just to give us a little bit of, like, something interesting, like a little bit of that, So I have a soft shadow that's, you know, connecting with a. I'm going to connect it here. We have a soft form shadow that is connected with a cast shadow from the hands that slowly dissolve into a one continuous slow roll of the form. And that will be the effect, that I was talking about when we were looking at a pictures of Vermeer, if you remember. Vermeer had that nail. I still coming back to that nail because I think it was so. I think that Vermeer nailed it with that nail. No pun intended, right? So, or actually, I should say pun intended. But it's really it shows that kind of a like a really strong understanding of what light is doing. And I find these things very interesting when it comes to painting. These little, you know, how would I even put this? It's like a you don't need to put it there. It's no one is asking you to create so many details. It is not necessary. But if you sneak this in, these little details, it almost kind of like in some weird way, they enhance the painting without making it look overlooked. It almost feels like it's naturally you land into this. No one will ever see it, no one will ever think about it, but it is there. Maybe I could put a little bit of that shadow on the other side. What do you think? Right? Yep. I think this is what we needed to, enclose that area, and maybe like a little bit of here, and then it goes out. But again, I don't want to do it with a line. I want to do it with light. That means that I'm going to think about how light hits this plane right here, and it will probably turn it to a lighter plane. Like so. And this is all soft or soften. And you know what? I'm keeping it. It's still. This is still not the full darkness that I can go into. Right? Okay, and right now let me see if I have something that would improve this drawing. So I'm going to paint what's behind that pole and what's behind that area right here. Why? Because I want to make sure that I have it correctly wrapping around the hands and the arms, because I want to, I can create this area. And when I'm thinking about it right now, if I were to, this is, from like a really from not being sure about the composition, I'm starting to like it a lot actually. Because I can play with, it almost feels like I left here myself a space to really explore what I want to do. I can just do whatever I want. It's like if you put your figure into a like a expected position, you kind of forced yourself to work only with that and make that happen. But if you put it like really weirdly, like I did right now, it gives you a space to really just, you know, push your imagination and start working what other things I can add and push and how to move it. And I know that I'm doing these crazy gestures with my hands, which are pretty funny. That's the entertaining part of this, the only entertaining part of this, of these streams. But it's somehow, it's forcing you to advance, to push that imagination to a maximum. Maybe pushing this a shadow right there. Check this out, just, you know, the diagonal there, and it's starting to work for some reason. It's really starting to work. Let me just maybe make it a little better angle for you. I don't know if maybe it's just going to reflect too much, right? It's weird as it is right now, but I'm starting to see a certain movement and ideas, and this is a little bit more, again, under the angle. So let me fix it. I don't know if it's visible. Yeah, right. So there's nothing concrete there yet. I'm not painting as I see it, as I'm looking at it. I'm just, how would I put this? I am I don't even know how to describe it. I am having fun. That's the only way how I can put it. There are still empty spaces there, right, that needs to be finished, and that's again, there's our hands. I have to work on the face, but the overall shape, the design of the clothes, that I had the most problems when it comes to my main canvas. I am solving those right now. This is what I have to focus. My composition is better than yours. Well, I wouldn't, I can't really say that which one is better or worse. What I know for sure is that I am giving myself a space, not giving myself a space. I am aware, how would I even put this? I am allowing myself to be wrong. That's what I'm trying to say, which makes me feel really free and refreshed when it comes to these things. Painting especially. I'm allowing myself to be wrong for sake of experiencing something that might not have been maybe just a little bit here. This might be a little too much. And my easel is moving a weird way. And it's getting darker. So allow yourself to just have fun. Allow yourself to make mistakes. Because, even when you think about it, when it comes to like philosophy, right? Well, not even philosophy, I would say present day. I can't just go outside and and be wrong, because that would, get me probably into a lot of trouble. But here I can. So, and I think I need it to be wrong time to time, right? And so, this sounds crazy, but I'm wrong all the time, but deliberately wrong. I want to see the limit of that. Yep. And this could actually go a little bit more this way rather. I think it would be a better. Or I can make two of these. How do you call folds? Two of these folds. Yep. And I'm softening it a little bit so it's like a really lost edge. You can still be able to see it, but I don't want to have these, really visible brush strokes there, because this is supposed to be like these soft transitions that we see. Yeah, these are happy accidents, right? Or we should call them happy frustrations that did not manifest themselves as happy so far or at this moment. Okay, so I'm pushing it a little bit more and then slowly turning that form from around here. So this is where the darkest area is going to be. The canvas all the way to maybe even here, all the way to here. Yeah. So I have a little fold there. You like how warm it is? Yeah, it's just I'm looking at my at my canvas, and I'm looking at that on the screen. And the reason why it's so warm, because my camera cannot deal under this very, very low light situation, cannot deal with this being very, very cool. So it's pushing this warmer to show the difference, right? But let me turn on the light, and it hopefully it's going to balance it out a little bit. No, it isn't. Let me just turn another light. Let's overexpose that and let's my camera work a little bit. But truth to be told, the actual color of a pigment that I see on the orange canvas, it's so the color that you see right here, right now, it's actually on my screen. It's actually closer to this. So this is actually the tone that I have on my canvas. But since it's under the angle and it's picking up a lot of light, plus it's directly underneath a lamp, and it's a little slightly more saturated pigment. It's just my camera is just really pushing it as much as it can. Yeah, I just, because the problem is that, even when you're looking at me, and you think about you see how washed all my hands are. It almost looks like they're white. It's because camera cannot really see the difference in the light between this is my skin tone, so it's very close to that orange, right? I'm not orange, trust me. So that's like and I even, it's a funny thing, because I even adjusted a white balance. But ideally, what you want to do is, when you right now, I don't think you can, but if you rewind, it's just if you move this video to a beginning, you will see the true true color of the canvas. Because I'm looking at what feed I have directly from a camera right now, and then I have, I don't know, like 3 hours behind what I see that it's on YouTube right now. And it's just the beginning. I'm not even holding brushes. I'm just talking about the Rembrandt as it is right now. So I see the true true. It's not true. It's always still through the camera and the white balance, but I see better representation of a color of a pigment. And I know this is annoying because it seems so orangey. Well, it would be awesome. And you know what? I think that it will happen at one point. It will happen. It's just... So this, and maybe I could do a little bit more with that shadow here, just to make it a little bit more interesting. You know, these areas right here. Okay, pushing it a little bit more, that shape. Yep. And right now, maybe I should maybe work on this, like a back. a little bit of this. Like on fault on the other side. I just don't know what would be the best way to do. Maybe to push this a little bit more out this way. Make the shadow a little thicker here underneath, so it's kind of it kind of protrudes more forward, and soften it here, right, and then push it more this way, and then there is going to be a little bit of this, and so. But again, not that much. Maybe it should go lower. Maybe it should go here, like so, perhaps. Yeah. So let's push it this way. Let's put this into a shadow. I'm ignoring right now this pole that is right here because that might move and change and shift. But his body is going to stay pretty much the same. I'm not going to most likely move his body anymore. And then I can put actually a little sliver of the shadow right here. And the reason is because I want to show that it goes this way and then turns around and away, and then sleeves, or this sleeve rather, kind of appears from that. Right? Yeah, but right now it's just too much, too harsh of a lines, right? So it's kind of pushing it forward. So I'm just going to soften it and, you know, connect it a little bit. Push it a little bit more, a little darker, and then I can press a little harder. So I have I have that continuous. The idea of, I'm sorry, not continuous. The idea of, I can actually maybe even dissolve that into a background with a little bit of this. Oops. Not that necessarily, but. Slightly softer value. You see how just, you know, you can still see it, but I'm just softening it so it dissolves into a background. Yeah, DSLR cameras, that's a little too, a little more challenging, right? So, but like I said, maybe, you know, during the Christmas, I'll figure something out. But I'm still going to be streaming during the Christmas as much as I can because I need to work. Basically, that's what it is. There's no way around that. So I'm looking forward to that actually. Let me make this softer, and you know, it's still kind of important diagonal there. It kind of helps the overall shape. So things that I'm missing right now would be okay, awesome. Yeah, sure, of course. Like I said, all these streams are going to be, you know, I'm going to be posting them on YouTube as well. So it should be it should all be there. So you know, you can check them out and see what I was up to, even though you can't be here live with me. So are you traveling? Around Europe, or are you going to US or Australia? What are you planning on to? Where are you planning on to travel? That's what I'm trying to. You know, I'm just. I can't even talk about anything else. Just the painting. So he has a hand right here. So maybe I could push it here, like so. Like this, maybe. Yeah, maybe I can do that. But then I like that inclined plane there. I don't know. I'll have to figure this out. Okay, so there's plenty of things that you have to do. Okay, so you're gonna be you have to get busy. But that's awesome. Christmas is always awesome. I am fortunate enough to, you know, after a long time of being overseas, I'm fortunate enough to be with my family, and you know, I'm enjoying it. Well, let me rephrase that. I mean, sometimes, you know, Christmas can be, how would I put this, demanding kind of a environment when you are with your family for a longer period of time that you are not used to. So that could be challenging, but you know, it's part of that. So I'm not complaining. I'm just saying that, you know, sometimes you just want to be, okay, I'm enough. I love you and all, but you know, you are kind of annoying. I don't know if it's just me or it's just if you guys have a similar experience, but sometimes I'm like, okay, all right, I'm really happy that we hang together, but it's time for me to go now. Bye. So that's just sometimes I feel I don't feel like dealing with certain things, and you know how it is during the Christmas. It's always going to be two topics that you're not supposed to talk about. It's a religion and the politics, and what's going to happen the first moment, and you know, people get a little bit more comfortable. You know, the polite part of the Christmas is over. We had that dinner. We, you know, we spent some time together. We'll finish our teas right now. Well, let's have a, you know, let's have a. I don't know I don't think it's popular. I don't think it's that popular, but it's like a hot wine. I don't know how it's called. It's like a special drink that you just make warm your wine with the spices, and it's just, you know, it's just a kind of it smells Christmassy to me because you use like these Christmas spices for it. So what I'm trying to say is that, you know, then you have you know, a little glass of this I have to figure it out how it's called. It's just it's very popular because, you know, it's cold here, and I'm already starting to hear all the Christmas like a, how do you, it's not a Christmas market, but they built like a little Christmas village in the historic center, like, you know, like 50 meters from where I'm standing right now, and it's starting like these Christmas songs, and it's starting to, you know, people are starting to be a little bit more friendly. Everybody's like, oh, it's Christmas, Merry Christmas, and so on and so forth. So, and part of these, part of the Christmas village is, you know, are these kind of a local vendors that they prepare for you there. Kind of a, it's not a boiled wine. I think it goes slightly through it's not necessarily boiling process, because, you know, as you boil wine, I think that you lose alcohol, but it's still like, it's very sweet. I can't really drink sweet things, right? Because of the skin, so sugar, and so I don't really drink that. I might test it, you know, like just to see how it is, but I'm not really capable of drinking a lot of these things, many glasses of that warm wine or hot wine, but it's still nice, kind of a. It's still nice, kind of a change of a taste, and yeah, I believe they're warming. They're cooking it. Well, let's put it that way. They're cooking. They're doing something. It's just you have like a big pot that you put probably wine, and I think maybe even you know, I know that there's spices there, so you're putting like a cinnamon, a nutmeg, and, you know, that kind of a Christmassy things. You know, it's really tasty. It's really, really tasty. I should probably Google it and let you know how is it called. And there's plenty of recipes there, you know, so. So I'll connect it there and disconnect it there and just push that. So we have a, I'm thinking about, you know, pushing it like I have a curve right here, and I'm counterbalancing with the curve right here, right? You see that how it curves and goes out into nowhere, and it comes back right here, right? So similarly, it goes for this. It curves right here, and it goes out to nowhere. So, you know, you can think of the gesture of his garment as the two C curves opposed to each other. So yeah, and I pushed and adjusted feet a little bit, and I think that he's standing correctly right now. Let me just make sure that I have it properly. So I'm going to raise it up a little bit. Don't move, stay here. I should go even higher up. I hope it's not going to. this is enough. Okay, I'm good. Because then you won't be able to see anything. So I'm going to work a little bit on the feet, and then I guess I should probably stop because it's getting late and I have some private classes. But I'm thinking I should still finish I should work on the feet a little bit. So could I just push it here, move it there? Maybe I should disconnect them a little bit. I know I connect them, but maybe I could, because I have them disconnected on my I disconnected them on my sketch because I like them a little bit more disconnected. And I remember that I had the same issue that I didn't like. I remember that I didn't like the shape. So let me just disconnect them. And you don't need to disconnect them, completely, that you're going to draw or paint rather to different feet. I'm just going to suggest that disconnection, right? So just a little bit of, you see like the little lighter area right there, it automatically going to give you an impression of that these two shapes are not connected. But you have to be careful. You have to be really, really good with your silhouette. And that comes to that Daniel Bilness that I was talking about yesterday. He has such a good understanding of these things. I mean, his silhouettes are just awesome when it comes to shapes like this. So, and then maybe like always, and I think I have it there as well. It's going to be a lighter value a little bit here. To show that even but then I have to really look at this position for these feet and how to. So I'm just going to, as it is right now, I'm just going to paint again the shape of a foot. I think that usually they refer to this as a imagine what I'm doing right now. I'm painting a foot that is in a sock, right? So I'm not going to get into any details, nothing like that. I'm just going to work with the silhouette, and I'm not going to be bothered with anything else right now. So imagine that foot being like in a sock, or like very thin shoes. And the reason why I'm thinking about this this way is because I want to unify them first. I want to see if that outside shape works, the silhouette, if it works properly, and then I can move a little bit more forward with that idea of start putting fingers in and so on and so forth. So, and I want again, show the motion. So, and I don't want to repeat the same position for feet. So I have to find something interesting here. And I didn't do anything in the sketch in the back because it's, like I said, it's way too small for me to put it there. And sometimes you might see these sketches, like someone sketched the figure, right? In the sketchbook, and I'm talking about the old masters, and then you see like another feet next to it, slightly bigger, or a slightly different position. That's adjustment. That's not only a mental note, but also visual note for artists that, oh, I have to change something here. Or I want to change something here, or maybe this would be a better position for foot or feet, doesn't really matter. So I have idea how I want to have it, but I'm not going to press it too hard right now. I just want to get that nice general kind of a cool looking shape that will describe the motion, and also it's going to look believable. I think that's what I'm trying to say. Yeah. I don't even know. Oh my God, it's already 4. Time flies. I don't understand. And I have so much work to finish, but I'm having so much fun to do this. I can't, this is probably my biggest problem, that I get into that rhythm of moving and adjusting, and then, I don't want to stop unless I'm semi-satisfied with the result. So it's going to go this way, this way, this way, and there's going to be a finger right here, and it's going to be probably the foot is a little too big, so I have to make it smaller. So this is going to be the inside. This is where the big toe is going to be, right here. And this is the heel. Okay, all right. I think that I have some vague idea where the leg should be. And again, see, I know that I'm thinking, okay, I'm approximately where I want to be. No worries. I don't need to continue working on this. That's I have to stop thinking about this way, because it's going to get me into trouble again. I have to redraw and repaint and redraw and repaint, and so I should probably start pushing these feet a little bit more exactly where I want them to be. But then I'm still thinking about that. I will push it, and anyway, then I will change it. So doesn't even matter how it's going to look right now. I guess at least I can eliminate things that I don't want them, the way that I don't want them to look. Perhaps that might be like something to look forward to. But I think that as it is right now, I have a good idea about where they're supposed to be and what size they should be. So let me at least put a little cast shadow right here. Underneath. So I enclose that shape. And connect it together. So I have that silhouette figured it out, and I'm not going to probably move it that much anymore. Yeah, I think I'm good here with the size. This might be maybe too big. Let me see. Yeah, it's too big. So I can maybe get rid of this a little bit. And maybe I could push it a little bit more in. Yep. And as the sun went away, it's getting colder again. This might be a little too small right now. Maybe it's too small, but that's okay. Yeah, it is too small. It's not okay. Who am I lying to? It's just, see, these are the moments when you want to, you know that you have a lot of other work and you just want to be, okay, I'm done. I'm pretty sure this is going to be, this has to be enough, and it isn't. I think it needs to be thicker, not shorter, but thicker. Okay. Well, I don't have that much time to play with it right now. I think it's, I know where it's supposed to be. I have a right size, so I'm going to soften it. And here's the thing, if you're not sure with this technique where the feet should be, and if you're not sure if you have the correct shape, erase it completely. It's going to be easier for you to work on them later on. Trust me, I know. I've been there. I made these mistakes so many times. So it's going up here, down here, but I need a little finger, and then it goes forward to a big finger, which is right here, and then goes up into a here. Okay, I'm going to leave it as it is right now, even though it's not correct. No, I don't like this. I can't leave it this way. So I wouldn't be able to sleep. Or actually, you know what? I'm just going to follow what I said. I'm just going to erase it completely to make it really soft. And I'm going to continue working on that tomorrow, perhaps. Yeah. So this is how I left it. I wasn't sure where my foot should lay, and only because the problem is with design. I'm not sure about the design, so I'm not going to push it any longer. The same goes for I'm not going to push it any further, rather. I know what I have to do next. It's a foot, and then working on a portrait. And yeah, and then icon. So I'm gonna find, and I'm gonna think of what icon should be right here, since I have a Jesus and Virgin Mary on one. Maybe I can have Jesus and Virgin Mary on both of them. Perhaps. I don't know. Let me think about it. Or maybe just the Jesus, I don't know, his portrait. So that's that. I need to figure it out. I have to do this. I have to figure it out, position for hands. So I'm leaving this space open to that discussion. I'm going to get rid of this as well, so I can, paint over that. So I have hands, I still have a portrait, and I have a foot. So those are two things. Plus, of course, what's going to be here. And tomorrow, let's push the sunflowers there. So I'm gonna do the sunflowers there, since you requested them. Yeah. Well, here's, if you feel that you need to go to another step, of course you can go there. But if you don't feel that today is the time, maybe tomorrow you're gonna feel a little better about it. Again, plus you're gonna look at your painting with a fresh eye. I would highly recommend you to do that instead, because you're gonna push yourself into these rash decisions that you really don't want to do. Perhaps I could just connect this and do not show his hands at all. Let's do that. And he's holding it the way that you don't see it, and then, problem solved. I think it's kind of, and this is, I just cleaned that mess, random paint there, and suddenly kind of clicked in that perhaps it's just he has these long sleeves and we can't see it, and that's it. Problem solved. I don't need to, paint fingers again under a obscure, foreshortened, turning around and grabbing something. And you can see, like, I was not finished with my stuff. I had some ideas, but you see, like, I can't. And I would have to right now stop, and I would have to, think about where the structure is, like a human body, how to position it properly, and then I would have to create a footprint, and then make sure that I'm designing within the footprint, which would take me at least half an hour to going back and forth and, adjusting it, which, it's just, I don't think it's worth it at this point, since I have to work on some other things as well. I'm just looking at it from different directions, and I think it's going to be all right. I'm not that worried about that. So these are the things that I have to do tomorrow. So just to make sure that I remember that. So first thing is going to be a foot. So this is going to be a number 1. Then I am going to work on a flowers, that's going to be number 2, and then icon is going to be number 3, since I already figured it out that fingers are not there. So that's what I have to do. And when you yeah, the reason why I need to, because making sure that he's properly placed and he's actually standing on the ground is very important for me, right? And then second thing is I know that, you know, I want to work here with flowers, with some flowers, so I'll just push it there. So perhaps so we can actually create like some overlaps with the shoulder here, and then this one is going to be the bigger one that it's in the front, and then maybe some in the background. So I'll keep that diagonal pushing that direction. And maybe since, you know, I want to work with odd numbers, and I have 1, 2, 3, 4. Well, maybe like maybe there could be one here as well. I don't know. Maybe like a small one behind him. Yeah, perhaps. I don't know. These are just ideas, and we can definitely, you know, work with them because there's not really a right or wrong answer to this. Like I mentioned before, this is only about you know, that exploration. And like I said, this weird kind of a push of this composition towards that side. It's kind of a how would I put this? It's kind of a weird setup, and that unlocked a lot of other possibilities. That if I had him in the middle, there's just I wouldn't be even thinking about left and right, because he would be positioned kind of correctly within the canvas. Since he's incorrect, again, this might be a mistake, but it was a mistake that we knew that we were going to do. We went into this Bad Painting Friday yesterday already, and we knew that this is what we want. So so that really left us with no other choice than start thinking creatively how to solve the problem with the sides, with these other. He kind of works together. You see the original painting, the original drawing, the sketch. He's very close to what I had in mind in the composition, right? So it's not exactly the same. I change it a little bit, but it kind of works. It's very close, right? Do you see it or you don't? Let me just maybe adjust it a little bit this way. And this is what I'm talking about, right? So I have this guy, and he's corresponding with this guy on the in the corner. So that's the figure that I was painting, or, you know, drawing today. So yeah, that would be something. That would be something to think about tomorrow. How to adjust certain things and how to bring them a little bit more to a resolution. But I want to, you know, like I said, I want to not necessarily relax, but I want to take a break from that particular painting, because I've been looking at it for a long time now, and it's really causing me and my brain to just being narrow focused on, you know, finishing the folds and making sure the folds are working. Where the problem would be right now, if I put it next to the large piece, the large fragment painting, it might not fit to composition. So maybe that should be a first order of a business tomorrow. Well, it will be, but maybe I should show you as well what I mean by that tomorrow. I'll see, because it's like logistically just putting them together so you can see it's quite difficult, and I haven't figured out the way how to do it since, you know, there is no, unfortunately, there is no solid or concrete video how to set up your cameras for this kind of a stream. So, you know, we have to find out. We have to find we have to find the creative ways to do this. But I'm ready for that challenge. I'm ready for the challenge. And my camera is just dying probably with because I see how I'm lagging right now. It's just trying to compensate for that overexposed areas. So, but yeah, this is it was a kind of a productive day today. I'm surprised. I was worried that I'm just going to, you know, goof around today with the camera setups and so on and so forth. But since the camera died, it's okay. We're good. We can just have fun and continue painting. Let me just clean this just a little bit, but I'm going to use it anyway. So. I just want to wipe them so they're not fully loaded with the paint. And then I have to clean them anyway. But since I was working with the pigment that I'm not necessarily not that I'm not familiar. I don't know of the vermilion how fast that vermilion dries. So I just want to make sure that I clean my brushes. Not clean necessarily, at least wipe them. So I can clean them later, because right now I need to really switch to that other private lessons. Okay, and palette is successfully cleaned. Perfect. So that would be it for today. I hope that you have been successful with your work today. And like I said, tomorrow I'm going to continue working on that left side of a fragment painting. I also try to combine them together so I can see them next to each other, because if you remember, I am experimenting also with the size and the shape and that kind of overall, what would it be? Overall dimensions of the canvases and how they're going to fit together. So it might kind of create a nice balance, separation. Just you have one large canvas, and I separated into a triptych. It's not necessarily a triptych because that's not how I would consider that. But it's just the that exploration that I talked about all the time. So that's what's going to happen tomorrow. And what else? I think that's it. And I'll try to figure out the problem with the cameras again, and maybe do some close-ups so you can see a little better. But this is nothing new to you, I believe. We talked about shape and form and design all the time. So yeah, I'm looking forward to see you tomorrow and do some more exploration and push that frontier of my own understanding and in painting even more forward. So enjoy the rest of the weekend or rest of the evening, and if I don't see you tomorrow, then enjoy the rest of the weekend, and I'll see you Monday. But for those of you who follow me also on Saturday, I'm just going to continue. I'm going to be here working. So looking forward to see you. Take care. Bye.